Almost the same.
The three homes, and then us two.
This guy.
I wondered if they were going to.
Attorney made a comment to me.
Okay, which ones are the what we're gonna do first? Drew, what's the numbers? The ones we're gonna do?
Last five.
I'm gonna do 886 VA, then 886 14-UP.
I'm not surprised.
So the last two are gonna be the first two. 905 and both the 906 will come next. Those are all deferrals. I feel like there are a lot of people here.
Well, there's not that a lot of cases. Okay, so those are going.
These are some letters that were submitted today, just now,
Yeah. Okay.
for the Queen Street properties.
Is that the same as this one?
They know it's being deferred, but they wanted to just get their note in for it.
You're gonna put these in the packet for next one.
I will,
Right.
I will. But in case anybody does try and speak tonight,
Yeah.
so I know sometimes people can't make it to the next meeting. I know one or two gentlemen are here that are actually just
Yeah,
here,
but they
even
don't
though
have.
it's being deferred.
I was gonna say they don't have speaker slips in because that's the thing I was just matching up. Any of the ones we're deferring, and we don't.
Sure.
So we're pretty good there. Right. Okay.
He says a lot of sensitive stuff. And so I can understand how, especially people having a chance to actually hear more than just the numbers. That doesn't sound bad, and maybe it'd be good to have a mixture of representation since everybody's at large and you don't really. Well, it's another thing that's normal, okay, if you're a principal, they're really trying to screw in the side with putting a maintenance facility right at the entrance to Coastal City. It's just ridiculous, and it's having a very negative effect on agent project developers trying very hard to build a really nice residential building. We met with Mary and Jay. Mary was pretty sort of locked into this, I think, and she says, and Jay's was, put us in, we're going to, at least open reels in the dialogue, because assuming, I see the aquatic center as a Medicare. Turns out to be 3 times as much. How the hell are they going to build it? Where are they going to get the money? So why do you constrain a really right now, who wants to go tomorrow, as soon as he gets the okay? He's got an empty building, wants away. Start up. So why would you do that for a facility that's not even in the right place, on too small a piece of property? You're going to have to probably $20 million to Verizon to get the extra land means, doesn't make a ton. And so, and there's like blue gobs of utilities underneath. I mean, there's just so many things wrong with it. And nobody can quite figure out how it got as far as it did.
I can tell you how, but anyway,
The teardrop?
yeah. Chris wanted it. Chris wanted it. It was going to happen. But anyway, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals. We're also known as the BZA. I am Cecilia Espinoza, the chair of the board. The board is made up of 5 citizens who are appointed by the Circuit Court. Serving with me are Vice Chair Monica Craven, Judy Freshman, Charles Smith, and Terry Russell. Also present is the professional staff, including Zoning Administrator Norma Cozart, Deputy Zoning Administrator Andrew Noxon, who serves as Secretary to the Board of the Zoning Appeals, and Cheryl Williams, our zoning technician. We thank you for being here and extend a warm welcome. To avoid disruptions, we ask that you please turn off or place in silent mode your cell phones or other electronic devices. And on the front table, you will find copies of the staff report for each case scheduled to come before us this evening. I recommend that if you have not yet seen that report for your case, that you get a copy and you review it before your case is called. The board's powers are prescribed by the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board. The board does have the authority to do 3 things. We can approve use permits that allow modification of placement requirements for structures on 1- and 2-family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. We can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinances, and we can decide appeals of the decisions of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and the land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modification will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint size and placement are similar to the structures on the property surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve the natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees and foliage. When granting variances, the board must determine that the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by the granting of the variance. A Virginia Supreme Court ruling requires that a variance cannot be granted unless the effect of the zoning ordinance as applied to the piece of property under consideration would, in the absence of a variance, interfere with all reasonable beneficial uses of the property when taken as a whole. This evening, the cases will be called and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Following that, board members may ask any questions of staff that they may have. Next, applicants or the representative will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so their comments can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. Speakers must fill out a speaker slip, which is available on the table in the front of the room. After we hear from speakers for or against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient: 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances. For use permits and variances, we have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals as sufficient. After the board has gathered all the information they need and discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from the decision of this board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Again, thank you for being here this evening. And Mr. Noxon, please call the first case. I think we will begin with some deferrals, if I understand the...
That's correct. Thank you very much. We have 5 deferred cases tonight. The first one is case number V-10886-14-VA-1. It's a carryover variance request by VAMC Baku to permit a main building footprint of 2,972 square feet instead of 2,380 square feet as permitted. And this is for a new 2-story rear addition attached to an existing non-conforming 1-story garage and a covered front porch with steps. This is in the R5 zoning district, premises known as 643 21st Street South.
Thank you. Are we prepared for a motion on that?
Madam Chair, question, did the, of staff, did the applicant indicate how long they wish the referral to be?
They asked to go to the May 7th hearing.
Okay.
So just a month. Looked like they're getting pretty close on redesigning their addition.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith?
I move that we defer V-10886-14, and we did the variance first?
Correct.
VA-1 to the May 7, 2014 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next case, Mr. Noxon.
Next case is the associated use permit, V-10886-14-UP-1. It's a carryover use permit request by VAMC Baku to permit a setback of 1.4 feet to an existing 1-story garage from the rear property line instead of 10 feet as required, 22.9 feet to the wall of an existing 1-story garage from the South Grant Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, a setback of 1.9 feet to the egress window well, 4.1 feet to the eave, and 4.9 feet to the wall of a new 2-story addition and areaway from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and also a setback of 16.5 feet to the steps, 19.7 feet to the porch eave, 20.5 feet to the porch base, and 23.3 feet to 2 bay windows from the 21st Street South right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for a new 2-story rear addition with a basement attached to an existing non-conforming 1-story garage, a covered front porch with steps, right side egress window well, a right side basement areaway, and 2 front bay window wells. It's also in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 643 21st Street South.
Mr. Noxon, for clarification, the last case was deferred to May and not April. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I think we said April. I wanted to just clarify that we were
It would be
deferring
the May 7th hearing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Craven? I'm sorry, Ms. Freshman.
I move we defer V-10886-14-UP1 to the May 7 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. The matter is deferred to May 7th, 2014.
Okay, our next deferral is V-10905-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by Arlington Designer Homes to permit a setback of 1.1 feet to the air conditioning unit, 2.5 feet to the stoop, and 4 feet to the eave, and 5 feet to the wall of the new home from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. Also 4 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall of the new home from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and 13.5 feet to the stairs, 16.4 feet to the eave, and 17.4 feet to the wall of the home from the South Queen Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and finally an aggregate side yard of 12.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required. It's all for a new 2-story detached single-family home with a front stairway, a covered rear stoop, a covered front stoop, and a rear air conditioning unit. This is in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 1021 South Queen Street.
Thank you, Mr. Noxon. And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution to defer the subject use permit to the May 7th, 2014 BZA hearing. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith?
I move that we defer V-10905-14-UP1 to the May 7, 2014 meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
Is that Ms. Freshman again? Thank you, Mr. Smith and Ms. Freshman. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The next case is V-10906-14-VA-1. This is a variance request by Arlington Designer Homes to permit a total lot coverage of 61.4% instead of 45% as permitted. This is for a new two-story detached single-family home with a covered front stoop and stairway and a covered rear stoop. This is in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 1023 South Queen Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution to defer the subject variance to May 7th, 2014. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Freshman?
I move to defer V-1090614VA1 to the May 7, 2014 BZA hearing.
Second.
Mr. Smith, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you. I do understand that we had some people present on these cases. Is that correct, Mr. Knox?
Yeah, Queen Street cases.
We have received the letters that were submitted with regard to this action. We will ask that they get put into the formal recommendations and packet for the May 7th hearing. And if you have any additional statements that you want to include and you cannot return again for that hearing date, please just submit them to Mr. Knoxon. That can be by email or by mail, and he'll gladly insert them in our packet so that as we review the cases, we'll have your statements on the record and part of the packet that we would review. And I want to thank you for attending the hearing tonight, those who came on the Queen Street property.
Okay, this is the associated use permit with that last variance. This is also a deferral, V-10906-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Arlington Designer Homes to permit a setback of 1.1 feet to the air conditioning unit, 2.5 feet to the stoop, and 4 feet to the eave, and 5 feet to the wall of a new home from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. Then also 4 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall of the new home from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required. Also 9.5 feet to the stairs, 17.5 feet to the covered front stoop, 18.4 feet to the eave, and 19.4 feet to the wall of the home from the South Queen Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. Then finally, an aggregate side yard of 12.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This is also for a new two-story detached single-family home. A front covered stoop with stairs, a covered rear stoop, and a rear air conditioning unit. This is in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 1023 South Queen Street.
And again, the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution to defer the subject use permit to the May 7th, 2014 BZA hearing.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Craven.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer item V-10906-14-UP-1 to the May 7th, 2014 BZA meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Craven. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Freshman. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries by 5-0. Our next case, Mr. Knoxon.
Our first actual case to be heard tonight is V-10739-12-UP-2. This is a reapplication, actually, for a use permit request by Amelia and Donald Gay to permit a setback of 6.4 feet to the porch base from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required. It's for a new covered front porch with steps. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 1803 North Highland Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff?
It's just confirming that it was a construction error or what's the reason?
This was an addition. There was a rear addition and a front porch. The front porch was actually built a little too close on the left side. It was built to the specs as designed. It's the same width, but it was actually just moved closer to the left side. Looks like a mathematical error.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? If not, are Amelia and/or Donald Gay present? Hi, Mr. Gay. How are you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Did we Shed some light on our mathematical error and what happened with this.
I'm not sure if it was the builder or the architect, but it was the left side there. And if you go back to the previous picture, you can see that if it were to go, I think the difference is 6 or 8 inches to the right as you're facing the house, it would encroach upon that window there. It was just a simple, I don't know if the survey was old or what, but it seems to be that, I think it was either the survey or the architect, just mathematical error.
And so, just as a word of warning to everyone else who's here, whatever is on your request is how it needs to be built. So if it's not built, you're then forced to be in the position that Mr. Gay is, to come back and ask for a modification of the use permit, or, have to redo the case again. So you want to make sure that you do a wall check and ensure that the building that you're going to be doing is consistent with what you've requested with us this evening, right? Would that be the advice you'd give everybody out, Mr. Gay?
Not that I don't want to see you guys again, but yeah.
Well, and
it's simply.
it turned out beautifully. It's actually nice to see the final product and
And then just a clarification, it is just that front pier or the front porch.
okay, that's very helpful. Any further questions of Mr. Gay? We have nobody here to speak on this matter. We did receive 2 letters of support from neighbors. I think we may be ready for a motion.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Smith?
But Mr. Russell was, he almost beat me to the punch. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10739-12-UP2, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smith and Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Gay.
Good night.
Now you're in total compliance.
Okay, our next case was carried over from last month. This is V-10892-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Sonia Palmieri and William Sadat to permit a setback of 7.1 feet to the wall of a new second-story addition and porch base from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required. Then also an aggregate side yard of 14.2 feet instead of 18 feet as required. It's for a new second-story addition and a new front porch. It's in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 3133 Key Boulevard.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? In just a moment, when we call you forward, we can talk about that. Since there's no questions of staff at this point, are either Sonia Palmieri or William Suda? Okay, let me see, then that would either be David Scheck? Is that correct? Okay, I don't have that right speaker without. Did you fill out a speaker slip? Okay, that's what I need. If you could fill out a speaker slip and step forward. Okay, I'm glad I didn't lose it. If you want to hand those and the letters of support to Ms. Williams here, or to Mr. Russell, even better.
Are the copies okay, or do you want the originals?
Copies are fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so for the record, we have George Bott. You are the appellant's agent on this case. And you live, at the record, for the record, you live at 7913 MacArthur Boulevard, Cabin John, Maryland. I assume that's your office.
It's our business address, yes.
If you want to tell us what's going on with this application, we'd be glad to hear.
Sure. The owners would like to do a second-story addition on top of that first-story addition to go from one bedroom, basically the window above the front door right now is a small bedroom, and they would like to, we're going to enlarge that and proposing putting in another bedroom which goes over the sunroom on the side. We'll also be doing so there's this, it should be in the packet too. There's also going to be a wraparound porch. We're actually moving the front door from the left-hand side over to the right-hand side because the flow works better on the inside of the house. Modifying the driveway and walkway a little bit. But the area in question is on the left side here. The house is out of conformance right now. The house is 7.3 feet to the side yard. On this line, this wall right here is that existing wall. And our front porch and second-story addition would be actually in the rear part of the bump out to built out over the back of the first floor. The closest it would get to the property line is 7.1 feet.
And that's including the gutters?
I believe in the plans it asked for, I think it was 12 inches beyond that.
Which, that can be approved by right.
All right. Any questions?
Just one. We have a line drawing. Is that color rendering the same thing as the line drawing?
Yes.
Okay.
Should be.
Okay.
Do you know if these letters are where they're from in relationship to the property question?
Yeah, it's,
I'll do the math on it too, but if you could tell us, that would be great.
sure.
I guess what I'm interested in is, are there any neighbors immediately impacted that didn't sign?
The neighbor to the most impacted neighbor, were the neighbor on the left-hand side, was for it, the big white house right there. He thought it was great. The neighbor to the right, we could never get in touch with. And the 4 of the neighbors across the street were all in agreement. One was out of the country.
Okay.
Couldn't get in touch with.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Any questions? No speakers on this matter? Chair would entertain a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10892-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman and Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the attached resolution. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Board. Thank you, Drew.
The next case is V-10899-14-UP-1. And this is a use permit request by David Shell to permit a setback of 17.7 feet to the steps from the South Dinwiddie Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's just for a set of new front steps. It's in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2113 South Dinwiddie Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff on this case?
This is what we're looking at now. It's already built, right?
Sorry?
It's already built. This is what we're looking at
Correct.
now.
Mhm.
Built without permit.
How did it come to our attention, Mr. Noxon?
I believe there's a code case on it. They were replaced without a permit, and there was a code enforcement case, which turned into the zoning case once they found out it wasn't meeting setbacks.
Okay. Thank you. questions at this time, I'd ask if, I believe we have David Shell present, the applicant, and his representative, Matthew G. Roberts.
Good evening, board members. My name is Matthew Roberts, and I'm from the law firm of Bean, Kenyon Corman, here on behalf of the applicant, David Shell. I want to briefly thank staff both for their input throughout this application as well as for their support this evening. I'll try and be brief both because staff has dealt with these issues very effectively in his report, as well as the fact that this is the type of issue that has come before this board many times before, so you're quite familiar with it. As staff has stated, we are requesting a use permit to allow stairs at a 17.7-foot front yard setback in an R6 district in the Claremont neighborhood. I do want to reiterate one point that was made in the staff report, which is that we are here tonight with the support of our neighbors, both immediately adjacent to the property as well as in the surrounding neighborhood. Just by way of background for the board's clarification and for the record, the stairs that are at issue this evening are a replacement of stairs that were at the property prior to when the applicant purchased it in 1987. The previous staircase was a suspended staircase that had begun to deteriorate throughout the course of the ownership. Importantly, we think for this application, those historic stairs were actually in a nearly identical position from the front lot line as the stairs are today. We do believe that our application meets the requirement in order to have a use permit granted in this case. First and foremost, the stairs we believe are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood for several reasons. First and foremost, the stairs are of a similar material to other types of stairs in the neighborhood, basically a concrete structure, as you can see in the photos. And secondarily, the position of the stairs is also quite similar to others in the surrounding neighborhood. As staff noted in his report, there are use permits in nearby neighborhood on South Columbus that have been granted for setbacks for similar stairs. And if you were to go to Claremont and simply drive through the neighborhood, you would visually understand that many stairs in that neighborhood do not meet the required setbacks, both from a historical perspective and a modern one. And as I mentioned before, in terms of compatibility, the staircase that currently exists is also in the same distance and position, or nearly the same, as it was historically, basically leading to the same historical compatibility between the property and the neighborhood. It basically maintains that same compatibility there. Secondarily, we believe that the steps are actually a positive for the neighborhood. These are, in fact, safer than the previous staircase. As I mentioned, the previous staircase was a suspended staircase, no support underneath, and it had begun to deteriorate over time. The current stairs, as built, are a concrete base with rebar support. And second, there is an architectural element we believe, while it's slight, it is a positive for the property viewed from the street, and that is there is now brick surrounding that concrete near the stairs. Last but not least, we don't believe there are any conflicts we're aware of with the planning or zoning for the neighborhood, as it is a single-family district. Nothing of that nature is changing in this case. We're simply asking to have the stairs positioned the same as they were prior to the reconstruction. With that, I'm happy to take any questions that the board might have. My client is here this evening to answer any other questions, and he has signed up as well, and I don't know if he feels that anything else needs to be added for the record at this time. So with that, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you.
I assume that you're going to put a railing on it?
Yes. In fact, the architectural plans are built with a railing that is in fabrication. We did not want to assemble it and get to that point just yet in the event that this use permit, for whatever reason, did not go through. That is the absolute next step in this process.
Thank you.
That was any further questions?
One question. In addition to railing, it looks as if there is some slatting that's going on around. Is that the case?
Some slanting?
Some slat. It looks like that. Not only that, but on the stoop itself, that there are going to be side rails, a handrail, and that's what it looks like in the front. The front view seems to, the proposed front elevation shows that, but the side elevation doesn't show any on the side.
Oh, do you mean up near at the top of the stoop near the
On the
portico?
stoop itself, yeah.
Yes, we would be required by these conditions under this use permit to build as the architectural drawings show. So yes, that is an intention as far as I'm aware.
So were they left off the side, or are they, or is there going to be a railing that goes around the side also?
David, do you want to?
So all the way around the stoop? Okay.
Okay, and that's just for the record, Mr., I know you're not Mr. Shell, Mr. Roberts, could you reiterate what Mr. Shell just said?
Yes, ma'am. He basically just said that we are prepared to build this to code. They have been fabricated. We are prepared to build this to spec as required by the building code.
Okay. Any further questions? I'd entertain a motion. Ms. Craven.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals, I'm sorry. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V-10899-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Craven and Ms. Freshman. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Knoxon, our next case.
Okay, next case is V-10900-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by Brian and Gina Herr to permit a setback of 19.5 feet to the eave and 20 feet to the porch base, all from the 15th Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for the construction of a new front porch. It's in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 1513 North Longfellow Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff?
I do have a question.
Ms. Craven?
One of the things I always do is look at the difference between the requested setback and the existing conditions. And unless I'm reading this incorrectly, the setback that's being requested, 19.5 feet to the eave and 20 feet to the porch base, is less than what's existing, because right now it's 12 feet from the 15th Road North right-of-way.
That's correct.
So what they're requesting is less than what they, or further away.
Back than what's existing, correct. Mhm.
Okay.
And the existing structure, just for the record, is a non-conforming structure. Is that correct, Mr. Knoxon?
It was built in 1939.
Yeah. That would make it pre-existing, for sure. Any further questions? If not, are Brian or Gina Herr present? Go ahead and come forward, please. Good evening. What would you like to share with us this evening?
I just want to thank the board and the zoning office for your consideration this evening, and I hope you will go along with the zoning office's recommendation and grant permission for the project. We have spoken to many neighbors who are just excited just because, you know, aesthetically, I think we need to do something with the front side. And we actually currently just use the side entrance, just because it's just been easier, but we'd like to open up that front side so that we can just have gatherings there and just make it look nicer. So.
And in terms of the foliage in the front on the tree, is that going to be, are we looking at the side or the front? Right now, we were looking at the side.
Right, I think we will have to cut that down.
And any thought of what you'll re-landscape with, since that's a pretty big tree?
Yep, we're going to try to landscape both front slopes with just Virginia foliage, and we're already working with the county in terms of using Virginia native plants.
Okay. That is one of the things we look at when we're granting these permits. If there's existing, especially aged trees, we like to see what we can do, and so we want to make sure that that's been considered as part of the process.
Right.
Any additional questions?
Madam Chair, on the neighbors, outreach to the neighbors, I don't see any indication that you've gotten, had any comments from the neighbors. Did you talk to them and gain their support?
I did talk to them. I'm sorry, I think that was my omission. I didn't realize that I had to also get the formal paperwork for that, but I have talked to many neighbors. So our neighbor directly to the right of us, up 15th, is, they're actually renters, but I speak with the owners I've spoken with them on several occasions, and they were in support of it. And the people directly, so now looking at the house to the right of us, they are also, I actually didn't get to speak with them, I just don't see them as much, but there's another house, one further down, and they have a large porch. And I just spoke with them, and he said, I've been here for 30 years, no one's going to bother you, this is great. So we're excited.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that for the record, since there wasn't anything submitted in writing. That helps us to have the record fleshed out.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much.
appreciate that. Anything further? If nothing, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, very nice addition, very nice porch. I mean, it begs for it. So I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V-10900-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
I'll take Ms. Craven second. It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you very much.
Well, you have to vote 1 second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now you can thank us. It's
Okay,
passed
forgot that part.
5-0.
Thank you.
Next case, Mr. Noxon.
Next case is V-10901-14-VA-1, and this is a variance request by Bao Mei Chun to permit an addition that exceeds 50% of the aggregate floor area of the existing building on a lot that does not meet the area requirement for the R27 zoning district. It's for a new one-story rear addition and a wraparound front porch. It's in the R27 zoning district on a premises known as 5616 8th Street South.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the variance. An alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the variance. And this is in the neighborhood which we continuously see requests for. Is that correct, Mr. Noxon? And so we can even see from this picture, it's also in a neighborhood where duplexes exist, and one half have often received variances and done build-outs, like the house directly behind them, and one half may or may not have made the same request. Okay. Any questions of staff?
I don't really have a question, but I just make the observation in the staff analysis, number one, that there's the option for a substantial addition, almost 20 by 20, without a variance. So there are alternatives available.
With that is Shamul Chowdhury present? I believe you're acting on behalf of the applicant. Oh, the applicant is here as well. Great. So Bao Mai Chung and Mr. Chowdhury.
My name is Shamal Chowdhury. I'm representing Ms. Chun. I noticed the staff's recommendation for that 19.5 by 20 addition, which would bring it to 396, which is less than half of what the existing house is. And I've applied for numerous variances in this neighborhood, and my footprint was based on previous approvals, 20 by 25. The difference in this case was they're only asking for one story, basically just to live on the first floor mostly. And working with a 19.5 by 20, just bisecting that space into the rooms that they're looking for would make it smaller than most rooms in the existing house. So that's the basic footprint that's how I came up with that. And I don't know if the setback stuff is something to discuss in this case or the next one, which is the use permit, but the starting point of that dimension are all within compliance, but then due to the angle of the properties, it encroaches into the setback. But
And I think that's what you need to focus on, since we're talking about the variance here. And even though you've received variances in this neighborhood, and that's why I mentioned it before, not only yourself, but other builders have come before us. We have to look at the individual property itself and see how it is different than other properties in the neighborhood. And the fact that these are small lots in and of themselves is not a basis to grant the variance. So what we are often forced to look at is the basis, what you're specifically asking for, why there's no other option on that property to do something that would be similar. So if you could address that issue?
Well, just, 800 square feet is what the existing house is, so working with 400 and the dimensions that Mr. Knoxon gave us, just cutting it in half just leaves us with 10 feet by 10 feet, or per room, if it's one's a bedroom and the other is a family room, which is quite small, and I guess the minimum size for a bedroom is, I believe, 9 by 7, so we're reaching a very small space. And we're not asking for anything more than just a bedroom and a living space and a bathroom in there. And I also kind of incorporated the entry space into that footprint without having to have any porticos or anything like that on that back side. So that takes up some of that space as well. So I'm open to any questions you have.
I guess I have a question of staff, if that's okay. Yes. So the variances that you have on the chart on page 3 say that these have been granted in the last 10 years. Have any of these been granted after the Supreme Court decision that changes what we can do with the variance? And do any of these have a problem with exceeding the aggregate floor area that's allowed?
Yes, every single one of these variances were for exceeding the aggregate floor area. I'm not sure which ones in '06 were before the decision, but there's 2010, 12, 13. You all have heard the one in 2012 and the last two in 2013, which were approved, and those were for the same situation, even larger additions, in fact.
I was going to say, many of those were 2 stories, if I recall.
Those were correct. As you see in the chart, every single one of those have been 2 stories. This is the only 1-story one I think we've seen for the variance before.
Well, I'm really confused as to why we would have approved something when their hardships are shared by a lot of properties, and I thought the whole reason for giving a variance was when something isn't shared by a lot of other properties, but it's unique.
And usually what happens is and this is the reason I asked the builder architect to address this issue, is there's usually something unique about each of these properties with regard to how the lines are drawn and their ability to place their additions in any other way. So there's always a difficulty because what they're asking for is to get a waiver of the space, but the problem is usually aggravated by the driveway placements and the lines of the property, which are unique to each of the lines of the property. At least the ones that we've heard in 12 and 13. That's what I've tried to find in order to meet the conditions under the statute, under the case law.
Madam Chair, and this is one of those, it's unique in that you look at the frontage, it's 32.12 feet wide on the front, and on the back side of the lot, it's only 28.03 feet wide. It's not a parallel, it's not a rectangle. It's a clipped pie-shaped. If you were to extend that, it would meet at a point. So it is an oddly shaped lot in that regard. These are the substandard, and that 50% lot coverage rule really is a thing that's it's antiquated. It doesn't really work throughout this neighborhood. That rule doesn't work. Personally, I like the approach that this applicant has taken. And I know we have a companion case, Mr. Cooper, I presume, sitting also on the front row there, wants to do exactly the same thing, the mirror image, which I think is kind of, I'm trying to think of the time when we had both homeowners come in at the same time for the same thing, almost identical.
Right, which goes to my point of it's not being unique.
Well, the lot is unique. That's, it has in fact, on the other side, the Coopers, which we'll get to, is the shape of its lot is even slightly different. It measures 2707 on the back and 3212 on the front. So it's even tighter on the back side. But again, this 50% rule, it seems to me, doesn't really make any sense in this context. So I kind of see this as an applicant who has really minimized their effort to go outside the law and design an addition that is compatible, not injurious, and minimizes the encroachment into minimizes the lot coverage issue. And it's only 6 feet more than what staff says they could do by right, really. 25 feet versus 20 or
And to clarify one thing, this is not a lot coverage issue. It's just an issue of
substandard.
exceeding,
Then you get to
exactly.
50%.
They're allowed 56% lot coverage, which they're definitely well under, so.
But it's when it's a substandard size lot, then that 50% rule comes into effect.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's taking the aggregate floor space, the actual floor space of the building.
right. And to Ms. Craven and Mrs. Freshman's point, these are always difficult cases for me because on the one hand, you also get to an equal protection issue for me on some levels, given the numerous variances that have been granted in the neighborhood. I think that this is something that should definitely be brought to the board's attention, and I know we've raised this with Ms. Cozart before, because the larger issue of all of the lots in this zoning area makes it difficult to meet this, or I can understand where Ms. Craven and Ms. Freshman say, given one of the 3 prongs of the variances that we must meet, that the hardship's not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, by definition, it is, due to the nature of the rule, that is shared by all the properties which had originally houses that were built very small, thus making the 50% rule applicable to all homes. But I do think that the different lot dimensions in each of the homes that we have looked at does then allow us to find that there is unique circumstances for each lot. And it's a hard thing. I think that the Supreme Court's ruling was more, it's a very difficult issue, and I always struggle with that. And that's on all of these cases, because as we grant these variances, we get more into a problem of we have a longer and longer list of granted variants, which really demonstrates that the variances are not necessarily the appropriate remedy.
Madam Chair.
But that, but I also look at the fact that we have to look at each application in the circumstance of what the options are and the reasonableness of the other prongs of the case law. So, I mean, that's just to say, I understand my colleague's concern, and I know you're not an attorney, but in coming to ask us for a variance request, you know the standards with regard to a variance. So anything you can give us in terms of supporting a decision in your client's, both of them, favor would be welcome.
Well, the issue is the 50%, obviously, for this variance, and that's something that every single one of these houses have. They're all the same size, with the exception of maybe a few that's slightly wider. So that size itself basically eliminates any other discussion for, sloped property lines or grade or anything like that. So, but if you're looking for things that make this particular lot, different from others, it does have these angle slope, property lines and causing hardship to build, within the space, so.
And I think the size of the lots themselves then also create a different issue in each of them in terms of how the 50% rule is reasonable or unreasonable to apply in the circumstance. That is, if there's the smaller the lots are, as opposed to the long lots, it's more, I think it'd be more difficult to find there would be a reason to grant the variance. Where here, where you have the longer lot up the back and you're not encroaching into that, I mean, it's not that kind of an issue, it makes it different as well. Mr. Russell?
I have no comment. I do have a question. Does anybody know where Lisa Moore lives? The letter that we received by email, is that an immediate neighbor, or we don't know? She didn't provide her address.
And did you see this email? Did you get a copy?
No, did you get an email?
Passed it out tonight. I don't.
Do you know Lisa Moore?
Do you know who Lisa Moore is?
No.
I was just curious because
Yeah,
she
I
didn't
too.
provide it. If you happen to know if anybody looking at records knew, she recommended denial through an email to us.
No idea who that is.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Ms. Freshman?
I would just make the observation that in the whole long list of previously granted variances, there are 2 stories. And I would prefer an addition that didn't have the issues that we're talking about, that had more square footage, if that was permissible. I just think that I understand the arguments that are trying to be made about uniqueness, but just because there are several lots that are undersized doesn't necessarily mean that that any one of them is unique if they share the same characteristics.
And I guess the issue is, we've heard that there is no way to build, the limitation, 50% limitation means the square footage is exactly what we're requesting the variance for, is to go over that square footage and make a usable expansion of the property. Anything less than that is what I heard is, something less than that does not really lend itself to a usable addition.
But that's because you want to put 2 different living spaces in 1 story.
Yeah, but going
But
2 stories would, basically.
I can't, I mean, Mr. Knoxon, would going 2 stories make any difference? Doesn't that still expand the lot coverage issue?
Yeah, that would double the floor area unless they,
Still, it's the 50, it would go over the 50% rule, so they can't get out of it by
unless they,
going 2 stories.
unless they cut the addition in half and some, and then
Yeah.
stacked it.
Yeah, so you still don't get usable space out of that.
Madam Chair, that's what we see, are the 2-story versions of this very thing, and I think larger than this, usually. Wouldn't you say, Drew? I mean, we don't have the statistics here for how, I mean, you've got the square footage of the floor area of what they ended up being, I think, or are they the square footages of the additions that were approved by the Board of
It's the
Zoning?
floor area of the additions approved.
Okay. But yet, we don't know I'm sorry, what's the floor area of this addition? 500?
It's going to be 482 square feet.
82, so 5616 7th Road South was 771, attached to a building similar to this one, correct?
Correct.
So it's several hundred square feet larger than this one, either in it is in 2 stories. And that's where I think we've seen it, that it becomes even more complicated. To add, how do you get rooms on 2 floors and have them meet this 50% rule? I think this is the only district in which we have this, isn't it?
No, the last one we dealt with was over there near Virginia Square.
That's what I was going to say, right next to that giant by the...
But isn't it R27?
This is, and I think that one was R27 as well.
It's only in the R27 district. So that's the way the R27 district was
You might
designed
find a
in the
few
first-
RA districts with semi-detached dwellings, but not a lot of them.
Right, right, okay. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, I have a question of staff again.
Ms. Craving?
The only thing that I could possibly see that would make this unique is that it's substandard, except that I don't know that these other variances that were approved are also substandard or not, and how many substandard lots there are, because that's part of this issue as opposed to the issue overall in the R27 zoning district.
Those are all on substandard lots. That's why they had to get variances. They're all for violation of the aggregate area rule. And I think I do have it in here. I thought I put in a number. See if I can find it real quick.
It says permitting additions exceeding 50% of the aggregate for been granted on substandard lots in the vicinity. Okay, so that makes all of these.
Okay, yes, I have about 64% of the properties in this neighborhood do not meet the lot area requirements.
Which does not make it unique. It's,
Madam Chairman. On the other hand, and one thing I think is helpful is the map that shows all the footprints of everything in the neighborhood. And if you look at that, there's almost more of these dwellings here that have been added to and obviously gone over that than meet, because they were all like this in the first place, particularly in this neighborhood. So rightly or wrongly, the Board of Zoning Appeals has been the place that has granted variances either before the Cochran case or after the Cochran case or after the legislature took care of the Cochran case, because the way it reads now, it's not as tight as the ruling of the Cochran case when it came down. So, you know.
And, Madam Chair, to follow up on that, the Cochran case dealt with, first, Fairfax, 3 new properties, brand new from the ground, and they were side yard setback issues. And then when the legislature tried to deal with it and give us the ability to have special use for side yards, they didn't deal with that substandard lot size coverage issue at all. That's really what's kind of hanging out there as a loose end that's not been tied. And I just think it hamstrings us, and that's why I think Mr. Russell pointed out quite appropriately that we have been the relief valve to make this a livable community.
And I understand that on some levels we can say that this belongs to the county and not to us to do, except at this point I'm not sure that to say to people that we're not the recourse when we have been the recourse makes any sense. And especially when we're talking about a specific set of cases that I think are unique and that they're coming in together, and you're not going to have, as we do with the neighbors in so many of these houses, one go 2-story, one go 1-story, one not build, one build, where this will be a property at the end of the day that is consistent. And I think in keeping with the overall spirit of what the zoning ordinance is about is to make the neighborhoods more uniform. And I struggle with these every single time, but at the end of the day, know that there's been some alleviation of Cochran, and
I think there's just different perspectives, and somebody should make a motion, and we'll see
Yeah.
where we go.
Mm-hmm. And the chair would entertain a motion.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll try the alternative motion to grant the variance for V-10901-14-VA1, subject to the conditions in the alternate resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the alternative resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
Okay, the motion carries 3-0.
3-2?
3-2, sorry.
Full count.
3-2, yeah, 3-2-0, sorry. I was jumping to the abstentions even though I didn't call for them, I'm sorry.
We'll call out the related use permit case next. This is 10901-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Bao Mei Chung to permit a setback of 9 feet to the addition from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, 24.9 feet to the addition from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required, and also 19.6 feet to the eave and 20 feet to the porch base from the 8th Street South right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for a new one-story rear addition and a wraparound front porch. This is in the R27 zoning district on the premises known as 5616 8th Street South.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit for the rear addition, but approving the use permit for the wraparound front porch. An alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Front porch is unique on these kinds of requests.
Was going to say the same thing, Madam Chair. And that it'll be matching, joining, well, that's what's proposed, is very, very interesting.
Okay, any questions of staff on this? If not, Mr. Chowdhury, you want to come forward again? See if there's any questions of you on the use permit.
Should I say anything or just questions?
Madam Chairman, I don't have a question, but I would like to point out that this is very small variance from the requirements, 1 foot on the left side, 0.1 feet in another case, and 0.4 feet in another. Let me ask another question of staff. You didn't recommend approval in the case that we approved the variance?
That's correct. The alternative is that you approve it as advertised, but we were in support of the porch, just not the addition, because of the fact that it required that variance.
Right, okay. One from column A, one from column A, one from column C. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I consider that consistent. They should.
I thought it was good that they wouldn't presume that we would grant the variance, so that's how I read it.
Right, exactly.
The chair would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the special use permit for, and this is as as advertised, case number V-10901-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
And moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so I believe we're 5-0 on that. Thank you very much.
The next two cases are the neighboring property. The first one is V-10902-14-VA-1. This is a variance request by Alvin Cooper to permit a new addition to exceed 50% of the aggregate floor area of the existing building on a lot that does not meet the area requirement for the R27 zoning district. This is also for the construction of a one-story rear addition and a front porch. This is in the R27 zoning district on a premises known as 5618 8th Street South.
Oh, and the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the variance, and an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the variance. Any questions of staff regarding this property? If not, Mr. Chowdhury, do you want to come up and see if we can answer how this lot is different and unique?
Well, again, it's the side yard setbacks. They're all skewed like a pie shape, and Mr. Smith referred to in the other property, and the size. And we're building a one-story for Mr. Cooper just so he could live in as an accessible space. And dividing it, again, into smaller pieces with a 395 square foot space is pretty difficult, or difficult to put all those other elements inside that program.
Is there anything off of the backside of this property at this time? I know in the last property there was a porch. Okay, so, and just out of curiosity, based on your design, how far would the difference be of the first floor from all bump out that currently exists and the larger?
I believe that thing only sticks out about 5 feet, is that correct? Yeah, so it's another 20 feet past that.
So past the abutting neighborhood's existing porch, how much further do you think?
Oh, that one right, I don't know how much that
I meant to ask you in the last case, but
I don't, that little lean-to there, I don't know, I believe it sticks out about 10 feet past.
that'd be another 10 feet more than that is all.
Exactly.
But it will square out the property and then it'll go to the edge of the house. Is that correct? And this property, the build-out will go to the edge of the house.
It'll go a little bit past, actually, I'm sorry, just trying to remember.
Okay, let me look at it. And the current bump out there will go away.
Correct. The addition goes about 3.5 feet to the right of the existing house. And at that point, it's at the setback. On the amount going over isn't as much if you actually include that one story as the existing condition. So, that's, 60, about 70-something square feet more towards percentage.
Okay, I think we know the issues and the lots. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move to adopt the alternative resolution approving the advertised variance request for V-10902-14-VA-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
And moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Again, the motion carries 3-0.
3-2.
3-2, I'm sorry, in my head. I was on a red eye last night, so I'm really sorry, especially with numbers. Carries 3-0, 3-2.
3-2.
Okay.
Okay. The next case is the associated use permit. This is V-10902-14-UP-1. And this is a use permit request by Alvin Cooper to permit a setback of 9 feet to the addition from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, 24.5 feet to the addition from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required, then also 19.6 feet to the eave and 20 feet to the porch base from the 8th Street South right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. So the construction of a new one-story rear addition and a front porch. This is in the R27 zoning district. The premises known as 5618 8th Street South.
And the recommendation in this case is to attach the adopt resolution denying the use permit for the rear addition, but approving the use permit for the front porch. And an alternative resolution has again been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. We again have heard about these properties and the questions. Any questions of either staff or Mr. Chowdhury? Are we prepared to take a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the advertised use permit resolution which grants special use permit case number V-10902-14 UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff resolution.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next case is V-10903-14-UP-2, and this is a use permit request by Dual Chowdhury to permit a setback of 16.5 feet to the eave and 17.5 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition from the rear property line instead of 50 feet as required. Also 10.5 feet to the eave and 11.5 feet to the wall of the addition from the left side property line instead of 16 feet as required. And this is to maintain an existing one-story rear addition to the Bangladesh Islamic Center Mosque in its current location. It's the R27 zoning district on a premises known as 2116 South Nelson Street.
Okay, and the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit, and an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to approve the use permit. In one moment, let me see if there are questions of staff, and then we'll call you forward, okay? Do we have any questions of staff on the report? Now that Mr. Noxon's back, any questions of staff? Again, Mr. Noxon.
Question, Madam Chair. What does that look like, a church to me?
It's a mosque.
It is, it's a mosque.
That's, okay, all right. Did we have this case, let me look back, did we have this years and years and years ago?
You have. I believe 2010 you had it?
2008.
Actually, sorry, 2008. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I knew that there was, okay. All right. I'm oriented now, thank you.
And I have a question of staff. The existing one-story building constructed in 1920, but that's not what's present. What's present is much more than the building that was constructed in 1920.
It's been added on to multiple times. I mean, it's still truly one story. But we don't have anything showing what the original footprint looked like back then when it was originally built, so.
Yeah, I love old county records that don't exist.
Madam Chairman, question. This is a code enforcement case?
Yes.
So it was constructed without building permits?
That's correct.
And has it received approval by building just pending zoning approval? Or?
I'm actually not sure of that. Not that I can recall. I don't remember seeing one.
Violating code in some way and need to be altered? Of course, this is which comes first, the cart or the horse? But what we're dealing with is a placement of a structure, whether it meets the code, the building code or not. And so, I mean, there's the outside potential that they could need some adjustment to whatever we approve once they get through with the building code. I mean, I'm not an official, it looks like it's probably fine, but
If they get.
window's small. That's fixable.
I haven't had anyone come up to me yelling that it's going to fall down. So, unlike our last case last month where we had all the retaining walls and everything, that was a big code issue for us, so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that is correct. Okay, at this time, we have Dulal Chowdhury.
Yes.
Okay, what would you like to talk to us about?
Good evening and thank you. You give me a chance to explain the problem. Really, I'm waiting for this day, long time. I was in the county too many times because of I don't have any experience of these things. So actually, we need this extension for the storage. We make very close to in the building because we try to save some money one side wall. So after when I built this one day, the environment inspector is there. He said, why you do this? This is not illegal. That he explained with me. Then I explained, try to explain with him. We have one storage is back there. That one is too old. It is not possible to use more than that. But we have some stuff which one we used only twice a year, like some chair, carpet, tables like this. So we leave it there. Then he said, no, you need to supposed to be 25 feet from your building to back there. Then I asked him, so I'm going to do that now. Then he said, you can apply for the use permit. Then we'll see how we can help you. After that, I went to the county too many times, and they explained with me. Then I provide everything, whatever they need. So that's why I'm here. Actually, it is very important for us because we have lots of stuff which one is going to be messed up because of rain and sunny like this. So
I appreciate that.
thank you.
Let me ask you, were you the owner of the property when the earlier variances were received in terms of what you could build and your request to add on to the worship space in 2008 or any of those times, sir?
Ask for who, county or?
Did you own the property in 2008?
No, actually, this is the non-profit organization. This is mosque. So I explain you a little bit more. Because we have celebration day twice a year. So we have lots of things to store.
I understand the reason you have the things, sir. I'm trying to find out who is responsible for the building of this building.
We have the management committee. I am one of the trustee of the board. We have more 10 members too.
Okay. So you're here as a trustee of the board of the organization?
Yes, and they give me, I submitted there, and they give me power to handle these things.
Okay.
What size is that structure?
This 20 feet wide, 20 feet long, and 8 feet wide.
8 by 20, okay.
Close, about 9 feet by 20. Madam Chair, I'm kind of trying to get to that too. First, in 2008, their request was withdrawn, correct? So there wasn't, and that was the action. It was a withdrawal action, not approval
right.
of anything. And were you involved in that in 2008?
No, I don't know that.
Okay, all right. And I presume not in 1982 either.
No, no.
This is your first time coming here,
Yeah, that, I'm not sure.
right?
Yeah.
Your first time coming here about this property, right?
Yeah, I'm coming for only for these things.
I mean, you haven't come before us ever before. Okay.
Is any of the other members of the committee,
Yes,
no, but were they involved in any of the earlier questions about building, or adding on to the building?
no, actually, there are nobody here 2008, and
And the reason I think we're interested in that is in 2008, because of the controversy over that extension request, the members of the church, the members of the mosque would have been put on notice that they needed to seek permission before they built anything onto the mosque. So I'm trying to figure out whether that information was passed on to you or to any of the members of the committee.
okay. Excuse me just a minute. No.
Okay.
Okay.
If you could fill out a speaker slip and then come forward. I know these are kind of complicated questions, so maybe,
No, you didn't, they didn't pass anything to.
okay, before you speak, can you give me your name, and you'll need to fill out a speaker slip.
And in the meantime, can I ask staff a question? Yes. Is there any place on this property that this shed could be located by right? Right on the property.
They may be able to detach one, put it in the right corner. They would have to be 8 feet from the building and a foot from the property line, but I'm not sure. It's pretty tight.
And didn't they say they had an existing structure that was inadequate?
Mm-hmm.
Could that be taken down and then something be put in that place?
Well, that's what they have, and you see that garage in the back corner? That's,
No.
there's another photo that shows,
Overhedge?
exactly.
Okay.
That's what he's talking about. They have to remove it.
That currently exists?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
What is, Madam Chair, if I might ask the applicant, what is that building being used for right now?
The corner one?
Yeah.
It was the old one. It is not usable. That's why we built this one.
Why isn't it usable?
Water come from the upstairs, go inside, you know, that.
Why didn't you tear it down and put the new one there?
Because this is very old. That's why our plan is to destroy that one. I moved out everything, old one to new one.
And why didn't you do that?
I'm sorry?
But you didn't do that. You put a new one on the back of the structure instead of tearing down the old one and putting up a new one.
Because I talked to him and inspector, when they permit us this one, then we can move out everything from there to destroy.
Yeah, I think that we have a language.
Yeah.
Could you tear down that one and build a new one that's waterproof and watertight that would take care of your storage needs right in that space?
Yes, because still all the stuff is full there. So raining, you say there every raining, there's too much snow.
Yeah. Okay, do we have a speaker slip for the other person?
Oh, that was the other thing, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Did you talk to any of the neighbors about what you wanted, about this addition that was put on the back?
Very
this
close
room?
one, the left
The
side.
neighbor next side, left
I
side?
talked to him. When
Right hand
I
side
build
is
it, then we communicate each other. All the time we talk to each other.
They said it was okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's a very good guy. I know. He's look like a friend.
Okay, because in the report, it says that no comments from neighbors.
We do have several neighbors here to speak against this property.
Close to us.
Okay, is Mr. Hussein?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if your understanding is a little better than what we've been feeling from Mr. Chowdhury. Do you understand what we have been asking?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you speak to any of that for us to shed some light?
What kind of question you can you repeat?
Question is, why did you not just tear down the inadequate storage and put the addition there in its place?
I don't have that question answered, ma'am, right now.
Okay. Would that be something the mosque would be willing to consider?
Maybe if you not to give permit it, then we can do it.
But the only question would be, even if you can do that, because we'd need to make sure that the setbacks and other things don't require a use permit before we would do that, which for me would say, if that would be necessary, I'd like to defer this for them to come forward with a new proposal and write it all under the one use permit, as opposed to us just ordering them to destroy this at this point in time and have to have them come back again and file the filing fees over. But we'd need to have some more information.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Russell.
Well, the other thing, one thing, if we were inclined to approve the building that they have, the addition they have built onto the back of the mosque, we could make a condition that the other structure be taken down. They say it's inadequate, and there's something of a replacement of existing coverage, and maybe even a little better in terms of, that's kind of separate from whether we would approve the addition anyway, but it could be a condition of what we did if we were inclined to approve what they're requesting.
Yeah, I think we need a little more discussion, because I'm not sure we're there, but I just wanted to get those issues out and to know that we might not have a resolution this evening on the other hand. But you're right, we still have some work to do. So if you'll take a seat, we do have several speakers from the neighborhood who are speaking against your request.
Okay.
So have a seat, and at the end of their talk, we'll call you back again.
Sure.
Okay? So, let's see. First speaker in this matter is John Grant from 2105 South Nelson Street. He will be followed by Ulysses I think it's Ulysses J. Terry from 2125 South Nelson Street. So,
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members, and thank you all very much for hearing us tonight. I promise I'll be very brief. My name's John Grant. My wife and I live across the street and a couple properties over from the mosque. We like having a house of worship in our neighborhood, but I urge you to follow the staff recommendation to deny this permit given the parking distress caused by a lack of parking on site. This site is already in violation of the on-site parking recommendation for a place of worship in Arlington. I believe the county standard is 1 space per every 4 congregants, and this location has 0 parking spaces, period. Expanding a building that already causes parking distress makes very little sense, and clearly we would have weighed in earlier had there been any public process on this, but there had not been any public process. So again, thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate your weighing in on the staff recommendation to deny this permit. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Mr. Terry?
My name is Clyde Pelzer. These are the Terrys, and I'm speaking in behalf of them. Thank
Well,
you for
then
the
actually what I need you to do is, I have a speaker slip for you, and we'll get to you in a second. Okay, so there is no, Mr. Terry's not here.
They're here, but they're not.
They don't want to speak? Okay, so then you're Mr. Pelzer? Okay, why don't you come forward, then I'll just call you.
I'd like to thank the board first for the opportunity to speak and hopefully convince you to deny the application, because the structure was built on Saturday and Sunday. To say that they didn't know that they needed a permit to build the building is not totally true. They went out of their way to build it when code or the inspector could come by to check on what was going on. And as a gentleman, my neighbor before, parking is one of the main issues, and this is simply the tip of the iceberg as far as the structure itself with the mosque. As he said, they have 0 parking. They got 1 handicap space in front of the building. They recently purchased the building, the property at 2130 down the street, and I've heard that the attempt is to build a bigger mosque there, but this is a house that Officer Friedman has put years in to try to get torn down. It's a burnt down building. We're not here to discuss that building, but it's all tied together. it was attempted to use as a parking garage, a parking lot. But he stopped that, and that was part of the reason why zoning was able to find out about the illegal structure that was built in the back of the building. So to say that they didn't know that they needed a permit is not totally true. I live 2 doors up. I spent $600 to buy my permit to build my garage, and I think it's only fair that because of Arlington, the way it is, and that's just normal. There's nothing abnormal about getting a building permit before you build the building. This building is already built. So the only reason why we're here is because they're trying to avoid tearing it down because they built the building without having the proper permits. So with that being said, that's the basic gist of, but you will see this again when the other argument comes up about the other building. So, but I thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that insight. Mallory Boyd? Oh, you're Mr. Grant's wife, or no? No? Okay. Neighbor, another neighbor, great. And you are at 2109 South Nelson Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for giving the community an opportunity to weigh in on this because we think it's really important. I'm really concerned with the expansion of any type of this structure because I feel like it'll allow the membership to increase, and that's a real problem in this neighborhood. I've lived there for 11 years. So when I moved in, it was a vacant building. I believe it was bought soon thereafter, and that's when the mosque was created. It was a small membership to begin with, and in the last 4 to 5 years, the membership has increased to a size that is unmanageable for the neighborhood. The parking on the street is not adequate for their needs. It's not adequate for my needs now because they are here before sunrise and stay into the evening. And when I take my daughter just out to go pick her up from gymnastics, I lose my parking space and can't park on the whole entire block. So that's a problem. I am worried that we are losing our community to people who are driving in from DC and Maryland all day long and stopping and parking and coming in to a community that wasn't built for that. And I invite you, if you want, to come and sit on the block for a day or two and see what we go through on a daily basis. It's difficult. So thank you for letting us weigh in on this.
Before you step away, you say that you think that this addition will somehow increase the congregation.
I do.
We've heard testimony that it's simply a storage shed. Do you have anything that would indicate that it's not a storage shed?
Well, for the fact that this gentleman stated that it was built on a Saturday and a Sunday, and I don't believe that there was ever an intention to have a building permit or to understand to...
No, but my question to you is, do you have any reason to believe that it is not a storage shed, that expands the congregation space?
Because they were not...
No,
I don't feel as though they were honest in that. Why would I feel that they are honest in this situation, though?
I'm asking you to support this. Your statement that you made was that you think it will expand the congregation
Yes, I do.
space. I'm asking if you have any information or evidence to support that thought.
It's just my intuition, so it's not evidence-based.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman, I have a question of the Speaker.
Yep.
Are there folks there every day of the week?
Every day.
Okay.
From before sunrise to into the evening.
Okay, thank you. I thought I understood you to say that. I want to make sure I understood.
Okay, thank you. This point, no, I can't hear anything else at this point except from our applicants.
Madam Chair, one question though. The speakers the people who filled out speaker slips who indicated that they did not, but they're in opposition, what was their address? Would you repeat that for me?
And that would be the Terrys, and they're at 2125 South Nelson Street.
Okay,
That's
kind of across the street.
Ulysses and Violet, they're across the street, yeah. Did you want to speak, Ms. Terry? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Peltzer had sort of indicated you weren't speaking, but let me then call the last name, Mrs. Violet Terry, 2125 South Nelson Street.
Yes. When we bought our land 38 years ago, we had our house built. There was a little church there. The lady died, her husband died, the granddaughter borrowed money and left it. Now, on Monday through Sunday, they're parking. Don't go to the grocery store. Don't go to the church if you're parked on the street, because when you come back, you have to find a place to park or block your driveway. The driveways get blocked. The man right by the mosque, he got orange things taped up on his. Well, my mouth has been so they don't block my driveway no more. But people all down that street, down Nelson Street, they got orange things or they got signs, do not park here. On Saturday mornings and Sunday morning and afternoon when all the children come in. But every day in the week, you got Maryland, D.C., Arlington, Alexandria, Yellow Cab, Arlington Green and White Cab. Every cab around is over there. And when they come over there at 5:30 in the morning and stand at my neighbor's driveway or on the street, where my neighbor is a Muslim, and they be talking loud. My bedroom is in the back. You know, I don't need to be woke up at 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm retired. All my children is grown. So I don't need to be woken up that early. And the beeping of the car horn.
Okay, I need you to stay over.
The beeping of the car horn to lock the door. The beeping to unlock the door. And then they go look at me because I go to my window and look out at them and see what it is. The last time I was here about the mosque, I brought pictures. But my battery gave out in my camera, so I couldn't bring my camera of the pictures. They will come from Walter Reed, going to 22nd Street, you should park on the right. There's cars on the right. They're double parked. They sit out there and wait for them to get out of the mosque. The boys go down here, the ladies go down there. And it's a mess. It's a mess. I don't know why I wasn't asked, should that be a mosque? I probably wouldn't have had no reason. But it's no parking. And I don't know the gentleman's name. He don't work on the street no more. He's in the building here. And because they have this empty lot where this house burnt.
Right, and that's actually not something we're talking about tonight.
Okay, but they were parking there, and he told them they couldn't park there. So they are double parking all on the street.
We appreciate your testimony about that, and that your time is up. We need to move on to discussing what we're going to do. Let me just frame for the audience, though. We appreciate the time and the difficulties that the neighborhood is facing. But the issue before the Board of Zoning Appeals tonight is simply the question in dealing with the expansion and the extension of this house of worship to date. It has been done without a permit, which is a violation of the law. The question would be, if we grant the use permit, then they would not necessarily have to tear down that part of the addition. It is not clear, as Mr. Russell pointed out, that they wouldn't have to tear it down, because that only clears it for the next issue, which is the building permit, which one of the speakers spoke about. They would still have to pay that fee, get their building permit, and get that addition inspected to ensure that it met the building codes of Arlington. So what we're doing tonight doesn't change any of those obligations, whatever we do. But we're here to look at the question of, does that expansion, for the purpose that's been articulated of the storage and the use permit that needs to be given to allow that extension of the building, that's all we can work on. We can't work on the larger issues of the parking. That's something that would need to be brought to transportation in the county, right, Mr. Noxon?
Probably the police department if people are parking in front of driveways.
Definitely keeping the police informed. I will advise you, though, that you shouldn't take matters of posting no parking in any kind of an official-looking way on the streets. We have actually had cases here where somebody tried to do that to ensure that their spaces in front of their houses were not blocked, and we actually had, that was a zoning code, that is a zoning code violation because you can't put up a sign that imitates what looks like the county sign for no parking. So I just advise the neighborhood not to do that, because that is something that comes to our jurisdiction if it's a zoning code violation. But there are remedies that can be done or taken at least to explore the issues with regard to the parking and the other issues that this mosque is causing. Again, but only thing we're looking at today is this structure. One of the issues, as we spoke about in terms of framing this issue, is as far as the space and the building possibility on this lot for a storage structure, it is possible that if they tear down and remove the other structure, that they could then request a permit to build a storage structure in that place, if it's in compliance again with the zoning and/or building codes. But I was just trying to frame a little bit the discussion and to let the public know that some of the issues you have asked us to consider are not really within the purview of what we're looking at, because we're looking at a structure that purports to be a storage room that was built onto this structure. But I would ask the applicants to come forward and address that concern, that it is not in fact simply a storage room, because that is of a concern to me. So could one of the, either Mr. Muhammad or Mr. Chowdhury. The addition that you put onto the building, is there access to the main structure or the worship space to that addition?
No, ma'am. Inside, nothing is anything in the main building, and door is the outside only. Inside is nothing, any connection.
Okay.
Madam Chair, is there electricity in that space? Is there a light in there?
Yes, one light.
Is there any water in there?
I'm sorry? Well, no water, nothing.
Heat?
No.
Okay. Oh, one more. Is the floor wood or is it concrete?
Concrete.
So it's a poured solid slab of concrete?
That slab.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mr. Knoxon, clarify again, if they move this to where the existing garage structure is that going to be in compliance or not? Will they need a use permit?
I did a little drawing in the last few minutes. They could fit a 10 by 20 detached garage in that corner. If that addition were not there, they could meet the foot from the property line and 8 feet from the main building. They could do that for sure.
So if that were our inclination to say that exists as a right, it does no good to do a use permit. They wouldn't need a use permit, and we could simply vote on this case today without in any way infringing their...
Good.
Okay.
Now, unless you want to actually confirm that with an actual surveyor, have somebody, show you something concrete that it can be done.
Well, I guess I just wanted to try and minimize the issues, but if it appears that it's doable by right, then I feel more comfortable acting on the application that's before us today, personally. And I have to wait for a motion to see where my colleagues are. And then we'll have to explain it.
Well, we've had this larger issue brought to our attention that we have absolutely no control over.
Right.
And I feel very bad for the neighbors and wish that I had a recommendation for a solution, who to even go to, because this is a problem. And there are churches and houses of worship all around the county and neighborhoods, but they usually have parking. And I guess this must have been grandfathered in somehow, that they don't require parking. And I can understand that that's a huge issue for you all. I can't imagine the difficulty, but that's unfortunately not what we have any control over.
Madam Chairman, to that point, it is out from us. We really do, and we're not even, sort of part of the county. We're part of the courts. But I would think that there might be a solution for the neighbors that could be difficult for the mosque in terms of the residential permit parking program, because the requirements of that, as I understand it, and this is really speaking off the cuff without having any of that language in front of me, that tests are done to see who is parking on the street that is not part of the neighborhood. And it's usually related to either commercial development nearby, as in the Roslyn-Boston corridor that some of us would be, or where there is residential development that is heavily impacting adjacent other residential development. I had an experience of that in my neighborhood, and we had permit parking for a while, and some of it is still in the neighborhood. My street got taken off because things changed, and then we no longer, our neighbors didn't want it, and when they did the test again, we no longer met that need. But that's something under the manager through the Department of Environmental Services, and could be something that could help with that issue. This ordinance is funny in respect to, and every ordinance is different in every place. My experience of looking at other ordinances, churches aren't generally allowed in residential districts in the way they are in Arlington. They're allowed in basically all of them. A lot of them are developed in the deep in the neighborhoods, and I think that possibly way back when that was done, there was the sort of traditional Christian church in mind, only impact on Sunday, and even traditional Christian churches these days have activities through the weeks that they never used to have. Daycare and other kinds of things. And some jurisdictions require use permits for churches unless they're in commercial districts. That was my experience in Manassas, and then they also were not allowed much in the residential districts there either. So it's like childcare we had last month in the neighborhoods, and other uses other than residential that are allowed in the neighborhoods that cause some of these problems. But there may be programs under the county manager that can help in both the mosque and particularly the neighbors, because that was the issue that we had in our neighborhood. A very large apartment complex next to the single-family neighborhood began to charge for any spaces in the parking lot other than the one they sort of gave you one, and then it was $50 a month for the rest. Well, there was 4 adults, 3 adults living, many cars associated with each unit, and so they were parking in the neighborhood, and after about 7 o'clock at night, you couldn't get an on-street space. So anyway, so there may be something through the residential permit parking program in the Department of Environmental Services. And just one quick thing.
But I want to bring that to a close, because my point in summarizing that is not in our jurisdiction, and we should not be giving advice to people of things that are outside of our jurisdiction.
I don't think that's the case. I think we can give all the advice we want from up here.
We've held traditionally, Mr. Russell, and I think you've called me to task in the past on that very issue in the past. So
I'm sorry. I defer to you, certainly, Madam Chairman.
So I think we've given the advice, and that was a very good one. I do appreciate that. So we've tried to tell you where to go, and let you know we unfortunately can't do anything about ourselves.
Shed.
Now back to the larger issue.
Thank you.
With the actual shed, we need to vote on that. We have before us a recommendation from the zoning administrator.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell.
I make a motion to adopt the resolution denying use permit V1090314 UP2.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Mr. Russell, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor? Aye. Hearing none opposed?
Aye. I'm sorry, not opposed. I hadn't said it yet.
So the motion does carry 5-0. What this means, gentlemen, is you must tear down that shed. You do not have permission, you did not have permission to build it, and we did not give you permission to keep it on the property. It will need to be torn down.
Yeah.
You will need, talk to Mr. Noxon or the building people. After you tear this down and tear down the other garage, you probably can build something else to store.
And we'll work with him to make sure that he comes in with a permit and meets all the setbacks and everything, all right?
Okay? Thank you.
And good luck to the neighbors.
Yes.
That was, okay. I understood Cecilia, and I agree with you.
All right.
Kelly, you just went too long.
That brings us to our last case tonight. Last case is V-10904-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by Corey and Kate Perkins to permit a setback of 8.5 feet to the addition from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required. This is for a new two-story right side and rear addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 511 North Norwood Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Wow, those are old.
Madam Chair, there was a use permit associated with the, why do I have two copies of the Chowdhury in here? Okay, that's all.
Chowdhury's.
I thought I was missing one.
Okay, I was looking.
It's one less in the pile.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. I'm sorry. I had two Chowdhurys, and so I was looking for that to be called up.
Okay, if there are no questions of staff, are Corey and/or Kate Perkins present?
Primarily project managing everything, working with the county, so.
Okay,
Stuff, I guess. And
yeah, he needs to fill up a speaker slip, yes.
we also have endorsements from both neighbors on either side directly.
Good.
And both directly across the street from us.
What would you like to tell us about your project?
Yeah, we're doing a two-story addition off the back, going back 18 feet, and we're looking to do roughly about a 9-foot addition off the right side, require a 1.5 foot variance to go straight up from the patio. Closing the patio and adding a second floor, and then doing a two-story off the back.
You won't be coming out beyond the foundation, the existing foundation? You'll use this as the...
It all depends if it passes code for the footers underneath when they do the excavation. I would assume we would try to keep the existing pad in place, but if it doesn't meet code, then have it redone.
I have one.
Do we have another picture, Ms. Williams? Do we have an aerial view? I think that's the one I wanted to see. Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes,
May
Ms.
I
Ross?
ask the applicant a question? So the houses on either side of you have put fairly large rear additions on, is that? That's what it looks like in the picture to me.
Correct, yeah, they both have fairly good sized additions. The one on the right's much larger, but
Thank you.
And with you is your father, you said, and that's
that's Rodney Perkins. He's been the
Rodney
one-
Perkins, 4341. Okay. Okay. Thank you for coming this evening. That's interesting.
Oh, I wonder, Madam Chair, I wonder how many square feet that house to the right has. My gosh, it looks like a commercial structure in a way. Flat, part of the roof flat. Part.
Yeah, in between the second floor, they actually have it's a single story, and there's actually a garden on the rooftop.
But I know from the ground, you don't really catch any of that at all.
Any questions of either Mr. Perkins or, well, either Mr. Perkins? Mr. Perkins or Mr. Perkins? I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit B-10904-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Craven and Ms. Freshman. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I hear all 5 votes. Therefore, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Enjoy your addition, gentlemen.
And good luck with using those footers. Madam Chair, I looked at the minutes, and I noticed on the, I guess it's page 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, page 8, which is 10894 at the bottom. Just, the motion was seconded by Ms. E. and passed by a vote of 4-0. It's at the bottom. I guess when I was reading, I was just looking for who made the motions and who made, I don't know. I don't know. It's, Sheila E. was known as Ms. E., but I don't.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
I can't find the page, they're not numbered, so.
Oh, the bottom of page, let's see here.
4th page in. It's this one.
This previous page here, right here.
Sorry.
That's all right.
894. And if you see the one, the 894.
If you go 4 pages, the 4th page on the bottom of the back side of it, that's the only thing I saw.
Ms. Freshman, did
It would be Ms. Freshman.
Ms. Freshman?
That's what I was
Craven
thinking.
wasn't here. And Ms.
And I don't second.
Espinoza doesn't second.
I'll just check my public notice from last time. That's where I write them all down anyway by hand, so.
I used to write them down and stop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
And then I throw them away.
yes.
Sometimes you can't hear the recordings very well, You can't tell if which
Yeah.
one of the 3 or 2 of you was.
That's why I try to usually say which one it is so that they can correct me if I get it wrong, and then you can hear it.
Definitely helpful.
Although I don't know why I couldn't put their votes on the record right tonight. Sorry about that. So subject to the adoption of a correction with Ms. Freshman, which I believe is going to be accurate, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes
I move to approve the minutes
as you amended.
as amended. Yep.
Moved. Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Seconds. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Ms. Craven. Thank you very much.
Can you even abstain? You weren't a member?
We should have an organization.
Well, you are now,
We-
so you abstain because you shouldn't have.
We actually do. Monica was reinstated as a member, so.
Have our organizational meeting now?
Yes.
Reorganized? I
Yes.
nominate
Yes.
Cecilia Espinoza, Chair.
Second?
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
She accepts by voting for herself.
I said I guess. And
I nominate Monica Craven vice chair.
all in favor? Aye.
Herself? I nominate.
I didn't open my mouth.
Okay, so it's a
Did you abstain?
4-0. No, well.
I don't know what one does in those cases.
You vote.
Oh, okay.
So it will be 5-0 for both.
I nominate Drew Noxon, Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second?
Mr. Russell seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. And is that everything we have to organize?
Done.
I think it is, because we already also adopted our meeting schedule for the year, so we're good on that, and,
I do have one order of business. The planning commission wants to kick us out of the room for the July meeting. I sent you all an email earlier. I just want to see if you all are okay with moving that to July 16th, which is a Wednesday, or the 17th, which is a Thursday. And everybody seems to be happy with more Wednesdays, which is
We had it on Thursday the 10th, right?
correct.
yeah, I think that'll work.
Wednesday work? Wednesday the 16th?
Either is fine with me.
Yeah.
Fine with me.
The next week, I'm probably going to be out of town, but that works. Okay, with that addition to, or amendment to our record, our hearing schedule.
I want to make a note on it right now. I brought some extras for you.
I move we adjourn.
Thank you. Well, I'll take Ms. Craven's motion to adjourn, and Mr. Smith says a second. So we move to adjourn at 9:07. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Have a great month.
So yes, that's July 16th, which is a Wednesday. And I will definitely email you all tomorrow.
Yeah, I write my notes on these every month, Drew, so I can compare them against the minutes, and half the time I don't.
It happens that way.
Because every time I go to look for them on the day that I'm doing it, I can't find them. And then the next day, they show up. Every time, the next day.
I just go online every month. Around Monday and look and say, is it Wednesday or Thursday? And then I.
No,
mostly
I'm
on
saying
that-
for reading the minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you did.
I had more time.
I took the red eye in from San Diego last night. I'm so glad it was not. And then my car blew up today. My
Wait, hold it, no.
my timing chain broke. And so, I'm seeing steam come out of the car. Antifreeze is coming over. Thank God I was able to find the parking space, so I pulled in the parking space, went to my meeting, came back out the car, cooled down enough that we could pull it out and pull it into the truck to have it towed. The truck driver was the one that said, "Oh, it's your timing chain. That's what it is." And you didn't go far enough that it's a problem, because I was terrified moving it, but he couldn't pull it. It was in a DC, one of those really tight streets. So he said, "You're going to have to pull it out on the street so we can get it on the truck."
You get scared, you have a problem with your car.
Yeah.
And not because it's DC, other than it's just so much traffic and so much.
Well, the streets are narrow.
Yeah, and it was, that's what it was, rush hour, and you got the big truck, and people are honking.
Am I
and-
going to a towing after 4 zone or some crazy thing?
I know.
I got booted. I got booted there. Oh, this was 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I got booted on a Saturday in front of the building. I went in on Saturday down on L Street. I got booted.